right. Should be all good. What's going on, everybody? Happy Friday. Hope you're doing well. There we go. Let's get the chat screen set. All right. Wonderful. So, welcome in. Back in Satisfactory. What's up, Dracus? How we doing, man? Welcome, welcome. Hopefully you're having a nice week. Getting ready for a good weekend. Get settled in here. All right. So, today, we're going to be doing some building. It's kind of the plan. It's the goal. Want to get our storage room a little more flushed out. Hell yeah, dude. We kind of came up with this last time, which I think looks pretty cool. I slowed it down a little bit more, and I kind of like that, so I think that's nice. The dream of having it be like what's actually coming through the system is not dead. I would still potentially like to figure out something with that. So we'll see what we can come up with. There is some interest. Hey, what's up, John? Hello, hello. Good to see you as well. Welcome back. Hope things have been well. I had this thought, briefly, where we could do some cool kind of over the top and back in situation. We're just going to kind of experiment with some ideas for a minute. Right, so like imagine if I could line that up on the first try. Imagine that, that'd be cool. Hey, what's up, Saturn? Hello, hello. Good to see you as well. Welcome back. Wait, what is wrong with me? Was that off? Maybe that was off. Okay, hold on. Let's try again. Third time's the charm. We're gonna get it. I swear. I swear. Okay, yeah. There. I could also just not be that. Good with the checking stuff. Okay, so then the thought is if we could instead have stuff go here, and then that stuff could... Don't crash. Kind of do something like this, honestly. Yeah, but then it doesn't keep moving if there's nowhere for it to go. Okay, so no to that. Because, yeah, we want it to continue to flow. Oh, goodness, man. That's crazy, Saturn. Yeah, the 5x energy is such a brutal modifier. You really got to, you got to be ready for it. I don't know. Okay, so that vibe, that decoration, we could do the same thing that we're doing over here, basically, but I don't think I really want to do that. Okay, so there's the option of just leaving it as it is, which is fine. I like it. It's cool. I just feel like it could be cooler and potentially better. you know, this is only the first kind of iteration that we've come up with, but I'm just not sure how else we would do it. Jeez, that's a lot. Good luck, Trackers. Have fun. I hope it goes well, man. I'm excited to do Satisfactory Plus. At some point, we will be kicking things off there, but we got a lot of work to do here. I don't want to do two crazy playthroughs at once. It's a good weekend project. You have 9 extractors, the best you could come up with. I mean, hey, it's progress, right? It's better than none. Okay, let's think. Yeah, I think they stay like this. I kind of like this vibe. If we could get some more lighting in here. The only thing is they do get kind of blurry, which I don't really love. Like, see how when we get back further, they start to, like, get all fuzzy. I think it's just because there's so many items moving. Maybe we shorten it down. I know there's a blueprint in here somewhere. Okay. Let's clean slate for a moment. Clear all this back. And let's just kind of get an idea, because we can recreate that really easily now that we know how to do that and we have the blueprint already. Let's kind of think. Let's pull this one back too. Because I think I would like it to be shorter, maybe the height of the boxes or something like that. We don't have to go all the way up to the ceiling. It's a little aggressive. Okay. So in terms of space, we kind of like where we want to be, because we can't really go over more this way, and I already have a little bit of space here, so like the footprint kind of is what the footprint is. We could potentially go back here. I don't quite yet know what the plan is for that. Same here. That's a bunch of crystal oscillators, but it's honestly fine. We can just disconnect that. They're mostly going into here now anyway, so that's fine. Okay. So if I wanted to do some cool decorative stuff, we're gonna have our entrance over here, or at least one way in over here. I think we're gonna have, I'm trying to think about how this is gonna look. Probably some kind of access down below, which we could just fit in kind of wherever. And then what I'm kind of thinking is if we can maybe get a train in here, which would be cool. It's ambitious, but these are like just big picture things that I'm trying to keep in mind, if you will. Okay, so that's in the middle. Infinite nudge being very helpful. Okay. that has to be backed up. So I'm trying to think about how I was doing this. Oh wait, okay, so this goes, I should have left that there actually. This goes here though, it's gotta be in the middle. Okay. So that guy goes there. And then this guy gets taken away. Just trying to build like a really basic intersection. That guy goes there. That guy goes there. And then we just do the same thing for these. We are going to go that way as well. So we'll have another diamond over here. And for now, we'll just do that connection once we get the... Well, I guess we could just set them up. They're done. Very nice. How do I create those indents in my blueprints? Can you elaborate on what you mean by that? Indents in the blueprints. In these? Happy to explain. I'm not quite sure what you're looking for there. Okay, let's go block signals on all of the exits and path signals on the way in. Okay, so we're gonna go basically just like right here. I don't think I'm really gonna make very large trains for myself. Oh, the translator. Oh, I got you. Yeah. All good. I've noticed that's started to be a thing, which I think is really cool, but it is a little finicky sometimes on what it wants to recognize. Let's see, if I do this, that should be on the grid. Well, in terms of this thing at least. So yeah, I could probably fit a pretty small station in over here, but I don't think it needs to be too crazy. The reason I'm doing this now is because I may incorporate this into the storage room building after all, or potentially into this building here, or series of buildings. Okay, so again, this is not really gonna have a bunch of like cargo wagons at it. Oh, it was a construction mod. I get it now. Oh, okay. I think I might know what you're asking. Like, were you asking how I was moving this around so much? Like that? Like in such big moves and stuff? Because that is a mod, yes. If that's what you were kind of curious about. Okay, if I go there, that's cool. If I go there, that's kind of clipping. It's kind of cool, but it's kind of clipping. So what if we just do this, and then we... Are we centered with the storage room too? No, that's unfortunate. um, let's just check something real quick, actually. In this save file, we are up to like 230 hours, which is pretty good. It's a good amount of hours. Okay, so this is off. Okay, so don't use that or that. And I guess ignore what I said, because maybe this... Oh yeah, I guess front to back, I haven't really been keeping tabs on that, so yeah, that's kind of fine. Alright, let's use this one instead. Okay, what I'm seeing is if we... Oops, sorry. That's the feed the cat alarm, but I already fed the cat, so we're good. What I see here is if I take this, push it back one, which we can do, because we have the space here, that A gives us a lot more room to run belts down the middle, which we need, and that's good. B opens this up to be centered on this whole thing, which I think would just create like a very nice look. This is mainly aesthetics driven, but what else is new? I mean, I think it will look very nice though. Can I go here instead? I could, yeah. The only thing is going to be moving those items is going to be interesting, but we'll make it work. Too bad I don't have construction robots in this game. That would be nice. That would be very nice. Okay, if I could fit one of these in here, that'd be cool, but I know I can't. Unless I get rid of these. These signals that we can do. Which I'm kind of fine with, I think. We're gonna have to come up with like a building design, of course, but that'll be all right. Yeah, and we will be the only train pulling in here. So for example, this one right over here. I think a building train with like a car is pretty good. Our depot should be able to handle us for the most part. And now we can just kind of slam this thing in, and I have a way to get home easily, which is ideal. So we're gonna call this home base. Fantastic. Okay. I did come up with an idea for the recycling thing, which we will highlight in a little bit. Okay, so yeah, I think this is worth doing. Like I said, it's a lot. I recognize that, but this does make just the whole thing a lot better. It makes routing stuff in a lot easier, because we're adding basically like doubling what we're storing in here, I think. Basically everything from here forward. Yeah, it's like 8 and then there. Yeah, so basically doubling. So having another row would be a very welcome change. Trying to think. You can't clip boxes, unfortunately. But I think we could do this in a pretty simple way. Okay, so first things first. Just split this stuff and start getting, whoops. Oh, that's a Mark 5. Alright, so those will all empty, well, stay at what they're at. I need to empty everything I have in there for now. And then we're just literally going to shift things back. Kind of one at a time. I don't know why those are marked. Oh, I never upgraded them. There. There. Okay, so we're currently centered on that one. We just want to be centered on one back. Really like the update with these modifiers. Yeah, me too, man. It's really, really nice. It adds a lot to the game, I think. So I'm glad they I'm glad they did it. Okay, so I think that's good. Like that. And then could just store the concrete that's in there. So that would mean this gets pulled out. I'm just trying to make sure that this is actually correct before I repeat it 17 times or 16 times, you know. I want to make sure we're happy with what we got. I was wondering if there was a way to fit the depots in, like, underneath or something. I don't think there is. Does mean we're gonna have to redo the signs. I'm gonna leave them there for now and see if that makes our lives easier. Okay, so that feels pretty good. Cool. And then that'll give us the whole kind of nice vibe that we want. So we're just gonna have to get into a rhythm here. I think we take all of these out. Don't have to do the other side. So that is nice. We're just focusing on one side right now. Let's do all of this as well. Just make it so we can literally chunk through everything nice and quickly. Like so. And let's take all these guys too. Awesome. Okay. I should still be able to handle everything, but for now, let's do one of those, do one of those. Okay. Yep, I literally had the thought, I was like, you know, I should make sure that they're correctly aligned. It's funny how that works. Okay. Good, good, good. Alright. We don't gotta go crazy fast, we just gotta be nice and steady so that we don't make any mistakes. That's the goal. Also, I want to show off a game that I found the other day. Conveniently, I saw on Steam that they're running a Cyberpunk sale. So like all like Cyberpunk themed games and stuff like that. And there was a little Cyberpunk city builder for like $3. And it looked cool. And I was like, oh, this seems nice. Let me try it out. And it was nice. It's very, very cool. Has a lot of really nice little visuals and just like a cool vibe, really. There's not any. There are no goals. It's just build a city that looks cool. You know, you don't even have to manage anything or money or anything like that. It's just design. So it's a great tool for inspiration for something like this. So we'll check that out later when the time comes, but don't be surprised if we start seeing that more frequently. So it's already given me a couple of cool ideas for some like building looks. But we just didn't have pipes? Okay, that's fair. I guess these are... Well, I don't know, is that fair? They're not working their way down here, so I guess so. I might have messed something up there then. It's entirely possible there's something messed up over there. Right, I love seeing all this stuff in storage though. This is great. Most of these are full. Of course, the new ones haven't had a chance quite yet. They're getting there. In the belt. Okay. Finally makes sense to build factories to produce parts for the space elevator. Yeah, absolutely. It's like you actually need dedicated production now. Okay, these are all empty. These are all empty. Okay. So everything from here down I can just clear out now. This should be the last one. That wasn't even that bad. So we'll get this set back up and then start kind of working on the like routing part, how we're gonna get items in. I think I would like to get that sorted. Let's see, I'll take that. Oh, I can carry all that. Okay, cool. Just drop these in again. Could have made a blueprint, but this isn't like that terribly hard to do, so. Okay. Sweet. So that's all shifted over and reconnected. Looking great. Let's throw some of these in here. So you rate to 8 parts per minute to your power plants because that's what they use, but I forgot their constant burn. And the belt has a transfer time. Well, that's no fun. Hopefully not too complicated of a fix. And then this is where this guy shines, so we copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, and just run it down. That one's good. All right. So that's everything shifted down. So much more space now. Love that. I think I'm going to rotate the hub so that it's actually got the ship facing here, and we can kind of do a cool kind of setup over there. What this does kind of open up is to have the belt walls further back here, and potentially getting them to fit in maybe somewhere like that, depending on what we have going on down below. And that could obviously be reworked, so. Okay, I think that's cool. It's definitely got some promise to it. So then in this situation, what are you a part of? Because that kind of determines what's going on down here. It's not really at a level of a surrounding building. Which kind of is what it is. So your stuff all at different heights. So this will probably be its own, like it'll be tied into something. I think it'll be tied into the storage room because it just makes sense, but it's really just a matter of how. But just for visuals, oh, we are over the roadway too. Okay, so you're going to be some kind of cantilevered situation where you're kind of hanging out over the edge. Because I don't want to interrupt the roadway. We're going to need that down there. So if I go here and I go here, that kind of works. this whole thing might kind of just get integrated into the bottom. I'm not saying that's how we're going to do it. It's really just to start getting the visual. Which means in here, probably has some kind of angled thing. I might want to set this back further, honestly. Doing some big picture planning right now. How far down are we going? So we're going down 12. So maybe we go back 4. See if we can make that look good. Okay, and then this could... kind of do a couple of things. So one, it could kind of be like a nice, just like viewing area, and then we could have, or we could have an elevator here, which would actually be kind of cool to like take us up to this level. Or like the viewing area. Interesting ideas there. Okay, I like that. So let's say this is our wall area. So the reason I'm trying to figure this out is because this is where we're going to cut the kind of belt highway situation, and then we can start running stuff differently in here and like split this up and just make better use of all of this space instead of kind of keeping everything funneled into this 3x3 setup, which is good for moving stuff, but now that we're here, we can, you know, and again, that's all gonna change. Yeah, just go ahead and drop it by a niche machine. There you go. That's it. Okay, I thought that was a dismantle crate. Let's see. So if I delete that, that pulls out a bit more than I want. So let's just do this part by hand. Those can stay. Alright, so for now, we're just going to give ourselves a big old platform space. And we're probably going to start separating out belts. I want to have a truck station for factory carts and stuff. I think we could fit them easily through here. So that could be interesting. Yeah, so this area might look a little bit different, maybe, possibly. Alright, so it starts to get to the point where it's like, we're gonna have to break something. And it's really just a matter of like, how badly do we want to break stuff? Okay, I can't use the blueprint mod to make that, but I can just make a blueprint of it, I guess, which is probably a good idea. So let's kind of go over the idea I came up with for the sorting system, like the advanced recycling. Oh, speaking of, I need programmable splitters. I don't have those yet. I want to get those going. Oh, my MAM is gone. What happened to the MAM? Oh, and we're scanning hard drives. That's right. I need... What do I need? Supercomputers, right? Not those. Okay. You. Yes, we can do that. AI limiters was it just 100? You'd think I would look at something and remember, right? Okay, and then computers. Compute this. All right. Bada boom, bada boom. Okay. So that will do for that. We'll get those later.
Programmable splitter unlocked.
Heck
This
yeah.
upgrade to the smart splitter provides additional options to improve conveyor belt logistics.
All right, so we have to decide where we're going to add the recycling box, but we'll get to that later. All right, so this is the same as it's been. We're going to say any undefined overflow to the left, right? Yeah. And we can drop all that in like that. That's all well and good. Now, what we want to... Well, make sure this is actually going the right way. Now, what we want to be able to say is we want a belt basically running, I think, along it that has everything from the recycling bin. So it's a sushi belt. And then it goes through each one and gets offloaded if it's the right area. So this is where the blueprint may not work as well. But then we also want it to be able to unload stuff that's extra into the awesome sync line down below here, right? So we have to kind of account for that. So what I think I came up with last time that kind of worked is, let's say we're entering from this side. We're going to have a priority merger here. And then this is going to be like a two-way kind of deal. So I think we're going to have a smart splitter like this, and then like that. Okay, so each of these have to be set up to each corresponding item. But what we'll say is this will be the input line. So anything that we don't define goes straight forward. Nothing goes out to the right. And then only the specific item here goes on, or sorry, nothing goes to the left, and the specific item goes out to the right. So in this case, I'm just going to set it to concrete because that's the first item. But then we'll change it. Oops. So we can do tiny lift and nudge it right in next to our mods. So what that will say is main line here. If it's concrete, it will split off. It will then go into this second smart splitter, which will then say if you, again, have concrete, you're going to send it out to the left. Sorry, it's got to go up one. Which will then go into the priority merger. We'll say prioritize anything coming in from the right side here. Send that in. And then if, I just gotta make sure I'm like looking at this the right way so I don't get myself flipped around. If you have too much and you can't send that anywhere else, then we're gonna overflow straight forward. And that will drop back down onto the overflow line. So it's not the goal it doesn't have to work like insanely fast, right? It'll just kind of work, and we'll split the load one per side, and we'll still be splitting the overflow lines as well. So I think it would work. It's pretty simple. The programmable splitters we'll need for the first separation. Otherwise, we'd have to kind of run the whole belt through the whole system, which I don't want to do. I'd rather split it per row. Yeah, that's basically it though. So like this one, go here. It's the one that would go on, and then same thing here. Actually, is that the right? That might not be it. Let's put one of these down first and just see if it actually fits and works the way I think it will. Storage room sorter 1. Let's call it that. Let's put a priority merger on there because that'll kind of help. And let's just throw it in here. Okay, so I mean, we could do that. That is a decent fit. If we go any closer, yeah, we start to kind of get a little funky. Okay, yeah, so this one, it will be close, but it'll be fine. I think it's better to just put the belts in on our own. So that would go there. Okay, goes in. Lovely. How much space do you have? Quite a bit. Okay. We don't have that much concrete. Alright, but we should... Let's just grab a stack. We should be able to see it go through. Excellent. Okay, yeah, no, that works. So this line's backing up, which is fine. So like if this was here, we would just be overflowing that concrete, which I guess is kind of like, there we go, go back. But I think it's okay, because I think it's better to like overflow, you know, 10 or 15 concrete to save 500 instead of just sinking a whole stack. So I think it works. Does it fit? That's the other question. It does. Okay. Storage room's gonna be looking kind of nuts. So then here we would have to go through and you gotta set each one. We don't technically have to set both of them. Really just the first one. The second one could be set at any undefined, but the iron plate kind of does... Doing this is just like a failsafe in case somehow something gets on this line that shouldn't. It'll get sent to the overflow and it won't clog up our storage. So it's kind of why I did that. I think it's fine. It's kind of something that I'd rather do and not need than kind of wish I did, and, later on. Okay, so that does work. Right, and then that's our overflow line. And yeah, it's working because the boxes are full, so that part's all doing all right. And then let's see, if I go here, throw a bunch of plate, actually hook that part up. There we go. A ton of it is running through into storage. You try to put it there, it can't. It goes there instead. I think that's pretty good, honestly. All right, cool. So what I want to do is put all these down on this side. Start moving stuff over. Torn. I don't know. I don't want to like break the storage room for too long if I can help it. But I think I also just have to accept that it's gonna need to just get broken for a little while. Okay, so let's just kind of work this down to the end. I'll also have to figure out how to add another overflow line because we're gonna need it. Just kind of checking, make sure I haven't messed up anything yet. So far, so good. Okay. We don't actually clip that, so that is nice. That one... Yep, it's too close. Alright, and then... Oh yeah. Just kind of got to work our way down. So here I'm not sure what makes the most sense. Looks like we will have to split this overflow line somewhere. This is where I did it in the current one. Could probably go a little bit further. And then I'm kind of wondering, we might have to just go either under or next to it. We could go under, actually. Under would be... could we? No. There is there. I mean, that's an idea. It's pretty compact, though. Trying to think, because if we get... I don't want to go too close to where we're having the inputs, in case we want to have lifts and stuff here. Need to have that option. Let's Let's think. I mean, we could definitely go down just kind of like somewhere in a weird spot, but then we hit that same issue of like if I have a lift right here, I'm not getting out. All right, so for now, let's just move on. I think that's gonna have to be something that gets decided once we have more inputs established. Sure, we'll figure something out though. Alright, yeah, so these guys, definitely gonna move them back. Yeah, this is fine. So for now, just get stuff running, and then I can start shifting stuff over. As we go. Alright, so that will at least get the right side running again. Okay. So I'm just looking at the height mismatch here. So that side we're gonna have to clear out. Which same thing. It'll be interesting. All right, so I think we're moving on from the. Yeah, I'm just putting the whole like making the belts go through the lifts be. That's just not happening. You know, like we're gonna move on from that idea, as nice as it would be. Just don't want to spend that amount of time here trying to work that part out. So I have 3 rows across. If I do 3 items each, that is only 9. We have 32 items in total, so not awesome with 9. If we did 4, it's a little bit better. So let's think. If I go... across, we could do 12. How would that kind of work for me? So it'd obviously be 1, 2, 3, 4 goes in the first 4. I think over here 1, 2, 3, 4 goes in the second, and then middle split and split. So we do this 6 on one side goes there, 6 on the other goes there. Go up a level, repeat that. Same thing, and then the last level has, I guess 8. So yeah, it would just be 4 and 4. It's an idea. I don't think anything else is going here. But I suppose if it does, we do have 4 more slots that we could run stuff through. So kind of works for me, I think. All right, let's go for that. So what that means is I think we're gonna go on the higher level there. Get across. And we can start separating belts and like moving them to the right levels through here. Kind of ease our way in. Here. Take you. Just want to make sure we're like accounting for the roadway. Just gonna go right there and then come through here. And I think what we said is we're going to take that spot because it's the road over there, and then that creates a nice straight through piece here, and we can kind of get our what we want to do here. Okay. Yeah, so right to here is good, and then I think this is the height that we're going to rock from. Okay, so I have basically to out here if I want to use it. I think for the kind of like narrowing down part, we're gonna, or widening, I guess this is technically like spreading out. We'll try and keep it on this like 3 to a foundation spacing, and then we can like condense down. Okay, so concrete and then iron plate and rods are over there. So those actually would very likely get brought up from below, which tells me that this could be a 1 meter. And that having all of this open space is going to be awesome for doing some interesting stuff, because I'm sure we're going to have to do some interesting stuff. And then of course we can either cover this up, or if it looks really cool, we could make it kind of like an accent piece. Okay, so all of this here does not have to be here, I'm thinking. Yep. Awesome. Okay. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So begins the belting. Here we go. So what we want to have are iron plate and rods getting brought in. I think I'm not going to touch out here right now. I want to try and keep this simple, and I think how we're doing this is fine. It's more about what happens once it gets into the storage room. So here and here. And these will be the first ones. So we've got plate on the outside. rods on this side. So I've already got plate and rod right here. Plates are on the top, rods below. Let's see, how can I utilize that? I think actually how they are is fine. This truck station is obviously going to get moved. They're close, but no. Okay. And rods has to go there. Okay, can I switch these around at all? Yeah, just be a little bit weird, but we could. Trying to think if there's any other like really simple way. I don't want to have like a bunch of like crisscrossing belts, ideally. In a perfect world. And I'm trying to like think ahead because like I'm sure there's going to be more stuff that we need to route around down here, so like all of that's going to have to get dealt with. So it's more just trying to keep things semi-orderly. Okay, what if instead of plates going there, guess we're upgrading that, that's fine. We did that, and then now they're kind of switched. All right, nice. I haven't actually done concrete yet, but we could do that. So yeah, for now we're gonna, I think, just keep things as wide out as we can. As I do more and more, we'll start to get a better feel for things and have them move around. Okay, that's all good. And then do one in there. And one there. Just keep kind of working our way down. Okay, so the overflows are handling it, sort of. Obviously, there's a big backlog to work through. But that's all good. Okay. I mean, so that already feels a lot better than this whole thing. And then as we get belts cleared, we will start taking stuff out so that I have more room to work with. Just trying to be really careful and not delete out stuff that I still need. Okay. So for now, let's fill that in. That way I have the next row to work with. so we said it should actually work out. So reinforced plates, rotors, and modular frames are all going to be right here. Go in and over, and then next level we'll start with steel products. And then yeah, other side can be cable, Caterium stuff, and you know, like this guy's gonna move. He won't be there. Let's see, I have cable, wire, copper sheets, quick wire, AI limiters, and then I might do crystal oscillators, actually. We have quartz crystal currently, which is fine, but you could switch some stuff around here. Now's the time that we can do that if we want to, and it makes sense. Okay, so reinforced plates are coming in over here. We do have this pulling them at the moment, so we have to keep that in mind. Should be more than fine to handle. Rotors are there. So do I actually have these flipped around? How do I have this? No, plates are there. Okay. So rotors and plates, we're gonna do some kind of shifting. So let's go there. I think we can do this. If not, I'll have to... Oh no, that's too tight, yeah. It's okay. We can still make that work. No problem. No problem. It would be kind of better to fit that over, but I think we'll be all right. The other side is all coming from the other side, so I don't think we're going to have to worry about too much over here in that sense. But we'll see. We'll keep an eye on it. If it becomes a headache, then we'll make some changes. All right, so what I want is reinforced plates on here. We're gonna have rotors ending up over here. And then modular frames, which are up there, will be on this last one. All right, so frames, I don't think are going to be that hard. I think it's more going to be the plate and getting stuff where we want it in that sense. So I think we're going to do another underground setup. Kind of stinks that it's the one in the middle, but what are you going to do? Okay. And then it's it's really just a matter of routing the things to the correct lines. So as I messed this up too. These plates are on the outside here. It's this first box. Yeah. It's all right though. Just go there. That's perfect. So what I think we should be able to do is run our rotors. Let's take that one, keep it close, and yeah, just run those straight in. Take reinforced plate again, keeping it pretty close. Too close, I guess the other one was better. Let's go there. And then here we can either do a tiny lift or just this one for now. I think this is going to be fine. We can always condense it down. We have a lot of room, so. Alright, and then that won't be able to make the turn, so I'll need to do something there, and like that. A little too close. Let's just go here. Okay, and that should be modular frames. Pretty sure I saw a couple of them flying down there before. Yeah. Okay. So for now, let's just take off that. Just put that through those lines for now. Then we can come down here and update the next row. Okay. Yeah, already this is feeling a whole lot better. Okay, so yeah, steel stuff we will start up on the next level, and I guess that begs the question, how high off the previous one do we want to go? We could do what we did before, or we could go a full 4 meters. We could do 2 meters or 4 meters, basically. I think more room would be nice, especially if we have a whole bunch of belts going. So I'm kind of leaning towards having 4 meters. Let's start on this side, though. I think it is a good time to kick this off. Let's get rid of this bottom line, though, because we totally moved it all over. I think, yeah, right? Yeah. So it was concrete, plate, and rotors. Yep. So we're good. Okay, so we got that all going still. And then this side. So I think we're gonna have the same kind of situation here. This is, yeah, that's the edge for the inbound lanes. I do have to put in our blueprint situation. Let's see, this is struggling. And I would like the belts to be a little more clear than they are. Oh, you're also not hooked up. Wait a minute. We want that to clear. I think I need to move this guy back. It's mainly just so I can get these lines cleared off so that I don't pick up a whole bunch of stuff. But that's probably going to take a really long time if they've been backlogged, so we'll try our best. Should we just let that rip for a minute, maybe? Maybe, yeah. Okay, so if we have 6 items working their way in, we have the middle here. I think we just leave the middle open and take this space and this space. Yeah. And that'll give us plenty of room to do all the stuff we need to with our belts. These guys will get raised up over, brought in. So let's set up our first 3 lines here. Alright, yeah, keep going. That's fine. Obviously, quartz crystal will get relocated as well. Okay. Now it kind of becomes, where do we, like, draw the line, so to speak? I think I'd rather everything just go up to this level instead of kind of like stepping up in a bunch of different places. So maybe we go somewhere over here. We can always bring this further in, up and over. The way that one is pretty good. And then quick wire and AI limiters, we would just kind of have to switch. And then quartz crystal could just stay up higher, I guess, and then drop down once it's in a better spot. Okay, so then this does beg the question then. If we wanted to switch these out, where would we put them? What would we put in their place? And would it be worth it? I don't know if it really would be worth it at this point. I'm still thinking about switching these and these, but that's just if it makes sense. Yeah, I don't think there's anything that we would like really care for being on the other side, so I think it's fine. I think it's okay. Again, it comes down to like belts, and if it is annoying to kind of do what we want to do, then we move stuff around. And if not, then we just rock with it. Okay, so let's go. What's it look like under here? We do have room. It's a little bit cramped once we get here, but it's underground, you're never gonna know. You're gonna know. Okay, so that would go there. And then quick wire and AI would get moved back to here. I still need to split off cable though, or AI limiters. Somewhere. Let's see. Oh no. Got to put a key part in a dimensional storage. No. Dude, those are the worst. Those moments of realization where you're just like, shit. You know, there's no other way to say it. It's just like, damn. All right, back we go. Let's see. If I were gonna split this differently, what would be a good way to do it? I don't know. Okay, finally quick wire has cleared off, which tells me we could probably back it up. And I'm not using keep everything on respawn on this playthrough. Oh yeah. Yeah, I only use the keep equipment because otherwise it can be a pain recovering your body. And I don't think people want to see that for an hour, me struggling like that, so. But yeah, definitely just like quick dying with all your stuff does feel a little too strong for me, at least. Alright, yeah, so we'll do some switching around of those guys, and then this is probably, well, will that clip? Yeah. I was gonna say it's a shame I'm trying to keep everything so close together, because if I wasn't, I could definitely just use stuff like that, but it's not clipping if you can't see it happening. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? We could just split under the ground. It is actually an option. Or we just do kind of like what we did before, actually. We just get a little creative here. So we go here. stay under. We say overflow, any undefined. And we just go here instead. Feels pretty good. And then just pop up right here instead. Again, a lot of this will be probably covered up, but we could definitely turn this stuff into like cool accents with the right approach. Alright, it's getting cleared out. Let's do this now, just so I don't accidentally use it for something else. Yeah, that's already feeling a lot better. Okay, let's fill this in. That up earlier. Awesome. Okay. I think we break quartz crystal for a moment. Definitely can get rid of these lines. They're not doing anything anymore. I can get rid of you, all of those. Okay, is that actually how we want it? It is. So you guys are cool. I don't need to change that at all, which is nice. And then that's our final two. Okay, you're all Mark 5s already. Okay, so we're gonna have all of our items right here. Again, we'll probably work out quartz to go underneath, like the other side. Alright, so how did I do this? We went straight over it. Okay. And we just kind of worked off of that. Oh yeah, and then this one gets rotated. Although it could be, if that's quartz, then we don't have to worry about it, actually. Let's see. That and that, and yeah, that would be quartz. Okay, so cable. Wire. Copper sheet. Cable, wire, copper sheet. Let's actually get rid of all of this as well. Alright, so here, stuff is backwards, and it probably pays to flip it around. So you have to flip that guy and that bottom one. Yeah. Yeah, I know, I broke something. It's okay. Don't worry. So we're going to say storage room sorter right side. Yeah, say right side. Okay, so input here, and then that means that you go like that instead. Okay, but this one is still correct. There we go. So now its concrete goes out this side, or whatever item. And nothing goes out the right. And then when you get here, it's the same. And then when you get to the bottom, it's different. Okay, so if the line's feeding that way, then the overflow goes like that. And that goes in there. Alright, cool. And then that goes there. Okay, now cool. I don't think I'm gonna try and do any auto connect, so we're just gonna call that good. Let's try this out. So now that we've got it on the left side, goes like that. Awesome. Okay, so merge line goes that way. Sort line also goes that way, and our input's in the right spot. Does help if I hook all of these up. What I'm thinking with quick wire, I don't know how this would look, but what if we just took this and went like, well, I guess if we just do that, actually, that's fine. Take this one over. It's overkill, but it's fine. Wait. I got that backwards. So we want this guy over here, actually. Yeah, and then that's how I want that. Awesome. Okay. And I haven't done that one yet. And this will definitely be one that needs the other overflow, so we're gonna have to figure out how we're doing this, but we'll figure something out. I don't know what. so that should be most of our items. And yeah, for now, just keep going. That's cool. Okay, so here is the point where we say, would we rather have quartz crystal or crystal oscillators? Going into storage in this spot. It really doesn't matter. I guess doing it this way keeps those two together, which is fine, and it's less moving stuff around, so yeah. It's all totally cool that way. And that works out, because silica can go on the next level, and that can easily drop down below without too much frustration. Don't have to reroute anything. We do have to move that truck station, but we already knew that. Yeah, that's fine. Clear all this out after all. Okay. Oh. Got some ghost wires hanging out. Alright, yeah, let's just put all of this in. And then I think these two, yeah, we can skip. Okay. Yeah, I can't lie. Sending a line down the middle there is actually kind of a tempting idea. So let's see. I think this is where I would split it if I were to do this. I mean, it does what it needs to do. It's not bothering anybody. It's kind of cool, actually. Support can stay. That's totally fine. And then the next row continues on. And I think these two lanes should definitely cover us until we get Mark 6 belts. Hoping. We could just nudge that in. Should work there, right? Yeah. Love it. Okay. No, that looks cool. That looks cool. All right, so it's a good amount running. Let's just start pulling this back. We're gonna have to clear this all out so we can establish the next level. We said we're gonna go 4 meters up. Should give us plenty of room to run what we need to run. I don't think the foundations are gonna be like this, but just good to have them. Okay, actually we have to go another 4 meters. Is that what I want? No. I think we'll just push this one. Let's do a half foundation forward. Keep things simple. And like hopefully kind of compact. And I think, although we could even go more compact. So we go in the middle. I think that's good. Because what I don't want to run into are issues trying to get the belts connected here, which we should probably start figuring out. So that stuff is probably just going to stall for a little bit. That's kind of okay. We're at a point where we just got to break it. Oh, and also take a break soon. Noted. Okay. Clean slate, looking good. So got our next set of items. Now a lot of these we're not making yet, so that's totally a-okay. And I think the way we're gonna run the belts is just by using something to get them set up, and then once we're over to here, I think we just drop down. So let's go here, right? That should be where we want to be. Maybe not, maybe there, maybe it's there. So things are going to be a little more cramped. Also, I have to move these in. So we'll see if we can either do this or if I'll have to kind of make adjustments for the second level. It's looking like it's not gonna cooperate super well up here. Okay. So we could step out into this area. We could also go back to here, which is interesting. All of these are backwards. It's awesome. Let's see. So if we did... It does start to become circumstantial though, because like we don't have that on the other side. So is it smart to rely on having that? No, it's not. I don't think if we go back another one, it's gonna really help. Good check. It might give us what we need. See, so that would go like that. It might potentially be enough, but I still don't think it is. Because that can't do that. Nope. These are too far forward as well. I just noticed that. I think the simplest thing we can do is just move this up and not redo all the lifts. We do have to redo these, but that should give us enough space to just kind of make this work. I don't know why I just did that. I have to move this. So what I'm thinking is if we just go like up here instead. So I can't get too close to that. Try and chill on the light for a minute here. Although it's kind of dark. I guess we need the light. Alright, yeah, so this is totally fine. make it so that the bottom is probably a lot better too. I built this and then did it again in the wrong spot. Nice. Okay. For now, let's get rid of this and get this running again. I think I actually do want to make these in line like that. I just don't want to get like caught out by that later on. I don't know how I would, but I just feel like I could potentially. This I hope will still reach it. What do you think on that one? Okay, that all works. So we need to be in the middle. Okay, and start piecing it all back together. Definitely an undertaking, but it's going to be, I think, really worthwhile. It'll be very nice to have a organized home base. It just kind of works. Let's go here. And then, yeah, all that just go into each spot. I wish we could see like all the belts, you know, but I don't think we have X-ray belts that you can see through, so take what we can get. Alright, let's get this one going. I want to get it mostly back up and running, and then we can take a break. That one. All right, and let me just go here. So now we will take this. Put the other half down. Awesome. All right. Looking good. And then I think if we just get to, yeah, like here, we should be able to drop down and kind of fan out again. Make sure they're facing the right way this time. Thought ahead. Okay, please reach. Thank you. All right. It's 4, 5, and 6. Yeah, we got 4 more to go. Awesome. It's nice. I do like it. Ooh, honestly. Get rid of all the floating foundation stuff. Pretty cool. Okay. So first on our list here is our steel beams. Cased beams are going in a different spot. We're gonna have to figure that out. Alright, so steel beams we need to bring up and over. Let's go out enough so we can get encased beams underneath. Yeah, okay, let's do this. So we're gonna go from here, we'll go all the way over to the line that it should be on. Kind of hoping this thing will look like a crazy package sorting center sort of vibe when we're done with it. Alright, that's steel beams. Steel pipes are right here, and they go next. And next they shall go. should be there. We'll have to check on... All these factories need a once-over, honestly, because they've been messed with so much that some of them have some pretty serious issues, if you will. Alright, and then next on the list, I believe, is motors, right? It is. That's pretty easy. We got those right here. That works for me, yeah. I don't know if that's different, but it feels different. Okay, and then this is heavy frames. Got encased beams down here, and then other stuff. Everything else is coming from other factories, so we're basically there. Okay, so next to... Yeah, so there's nothing really to switch over. Yeah, so next to motors, we do heavy frames right here, and then that starts up plastic and rubber afterwards, which we have to bring in. This guy, let's move this down. This is why I'm not getting like too attached to anything we're doing right now, because a lot of it will have to move, because obviously I need that lane open. So as we continue to add stuff, we're going to be reworking things pretty frequently. Alright, so this guy is kind of not sending anything anyway at the moment, but we'll work on that. Have to figure out how to set that up better. And then yeah, for now, there's nothing else we need coming from there. And then over here, it's really just silica, encased beams, and crystal oscillators. Computers and stuff we have, but they're not here yet, so we won't worry about that just yet. Okay, so crystal oscillators and silica are right here. So that's silica. I mean, that's pretty simple. I think we take it. Take the simple solve. Awesome. And then that's encased beams, and that's crystal oscillators. Yeah, again, there's no benefit in swapping this stuff around, so we ride. So where are encased beams? They're over here, and I have to get them out. And to this one. So I think we're just gonna go to this level basically immediately. I don't think there's any real point in hanging out here. Let her rip, and we're through. Alright, nice. Last one we said is crystal oscillators, which is right over here. Same as before, we currently have that going into our truck station. So I don't really need to have anything set up just yet, but we're here, so we may as well. It's like this one, high-speed connectors, computers, heavy modular frames. Like those are items that we have to rework how we are moving them around because we're not able to get any in storage. But alright, I think that's all of our items back into our storage room. So this should be all reconnected. Yep, we got 3 down there. We got 3 up there. We got 3 up there. So that is a fully reworked storage room entrance, I guess. And honestly, that looks really clean. That's pretty nice. Way cleaner than it was, that's for sure. Nice. Okay, so to demonstrate the recycling system, let's put a box right there. And going to place our first and potentially only programmable splitter of the run. Usually don't really have many uses for these. Okay, yeah, so that can go. That was our first demonstration one. Split here. And, oh, I have to set all these filters, though. Right, because I did that. I only did 2. Okay, nice. Alright, so let's go. Run. And we just gotta work our way through. It's the name of the game. Rotor. Oh, can you just no? Why did it change that? Okay. We got steel beams. We got steel pipes. Again, that double setup is overkill, but it's just a failsafe. Motors. Motors, heavy frames, we said. plastic. Rubber. Aluminum sheets, yeah. And casings. Sure, take a coffee break, that's fine. Casings. Fused frames. And turbo motors. We do not have yet. Okay, that's fine. Let's go over here, and we gotta do the other side. Oh, no, cable. Got wire. Copper sheet, yeah. Like trying to remember what's what. Quick wire. Okay, AI limiter. Quartz crystal. Silica. So much left on these. We're almost there. Silica. That's the, yeah, beams, right? Case beams, and then crystal oscillators. Computers, right? High-speed connectors, yep. Okay, it should be radio controls, cooling systems, supercomputers. Okay, gotcha. Radio control units. Oops. Cooling systems. And supercomputer. So the only thing we don't have unlocked yet is turbo motors, which is fair. Supercomputer. All right. Now we have to set up this guy to say what is going where. So we start with concrete. Iron plate. Iron rods. Reinforced plate. Rotors. Just a couple modular frames. Steel beams. Steel pipes. Motors. Heavy frames. Plastic. Rubber. Sheet. Casing. Fuse frames. Turbo motors. Which I can't put there. Okay, so I can't put turbo motors into the sorter, otherwise it will just sync them. Actually, then what I'll do is I'll say here, say anything that wasn't defined, just get sent and put in this like box temporarily. And then I can just come grab it out of there later, so that way it doesn't clog the whole system up by accident. Okay, so that's our first side. And then over here, we're gonna say cable. Put the rest of the stuff basically. So cable, wire, and then I'm also gonna make it so that, because then there's stuff like, what about the stuff that we don't have, that we don't want, you know, like not in the system, but that I do want to just go into storage. I guess once we get turbo motors, I can just take this right output and just make that like random stuff, you know, like leaves and whatever, that's just gonna get sunk. We'll figure it out. All right, so copper sheet, let's work through this. Quick wire, AI limiters, quartz crystal, silica, cased beams, crystal oscillators, computers, high-speed connectors, radio control units, yep. Cooling systems, and super computers. Okay. Part of me thinks I should put liquid biofuel on here. Yeah, let's do it actually. For now, it's fine. Okay, make sure we don't have anything saying any still on here. Excellent. All right. So I think we're just gonna do that. There. All right, so I've got a whole bunch of stuff. If I just dump all of this, it should filter out like all my tools, all my power shards, hard drives, basically anything that can't go into a box, screws, you know, all that stuff. It should end up here. Anything that can should go through there. So let's see what happens. Okay, so iron immediately going through. There's too much. Okay, so it's just getting sunk, which is doing all right. I do have to get the other line running here. All right, let's do that real quick, actually. So to make sure our overflow is moving at full tilt, we are gonna take this guy, go back over there. All right, let's see. Low quantity, low, maybe high, not that bad, not that bad, not that bad, low. Low, iffy. I think we split right around steel. Just do something like that. Plant quarter of the way done. Nice. Hell yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm happy with it so far. It's looking nice. It's working, which is good. Okay. Let's go back over here now and hook this back up. Now the line should clear off a lot faster. Which it is. It's burning through all the iron for the most part. Make sure these are Mark 5s. They are. Okay. Alright, going to bed early. Alright, man. You have a great night. Thanks for hanging out. Good luck with the rest of your build. I'll be streaming tomorrow too, so maybe pop in. See you later. Stuff getting added to the line. It's hard to say. Oh yeah, it is. Okay. Okay, so now we're on to heavy frames though, and there we go. They're going through. Now they hit the box, and looks like they're going into the box. They are. Awesome. And it's on to the next item, encased beams. I mean, I think this is working. This is kind of sick. It's obviously not perfect, but it doesn't have to be. It just has to kind of work, you know, in the background. You're so late. You did miss a lot today. All good, yo. You're welcome in. I've been busy. I've been cooking on the storage room here. So I just finished basically the recycling loop. Yeah. So we're kind of testing it out at the moment, letting things just run through. And let's see, we should be getting some stuff. I want to make sure that the like overflow setup actually does what it's supposed to do. But yeah, now basically all of our items will get filtered. If we have room in storage, it'll go back into storage. Oh, you know what I need to do? And then if it can't go into storage, it will go into the awesome sink. Seems like, and there we go, copper sheet. Okay. More encased beams. Now we're on to casings. Awesome. Awesome. Okay. So there go the power shards. They're just getting dumped right in there. There goes the biofuel. Awesome. Let's set that up though. I do want to have that going. Because it makes sense if we have a bunch on us, like after going adventuring or something, and then we just want to send it back into the system. Hell yeah. How you been today though, Jade? Hope you're doing well. Glad you were able to make it for a bit. We still got a bit to go, so you're not gonna miss too much. Plenty going on still. Okay, so that should work. I just have to add it to the programmable one. We actually have that set up. We have that set up. And then once we actually start making it, that will obviously get a hook up there. Okay, there we go. Good. Turbo motors are in. Awesome. All right. Let's take a moment. Take a quick little break. I think that's a good spot to chill out. Looks nice to me. We will be back in a few. Just gonna grab a drink, go to the bathroom, the usual stuff. And then, yeah, we will keep rocking on the storage room. Maybe start working on the item wall or something. We'll see. But very happy with the progress so far. So be sure to stick around. If you're liking the stream, be sure to leave a like. And we'll be back in a few. BRB. All right, we are back. What a lovely shot to return to. Oh, hell yeah. Okay. So it looks like our recycling box did the trick. Here is all of the stuff that was not recycled. That's a-okay. What I want to see is if we can get turbo motors, because then that would... Nope. Like, yes, but no, you know? Like, we could buy that stuff, but we're not going to do that. And I don't think I have that many supercomputers. I have some, but not enough. So, yeah. And we have some of these as well. Same deal, not enough. Some of this. And those are there. Okay, hard drives, we keep. Look at that lovely, clear inventory. Second rifle can go into storage. And... yeah, we'll carry the inhalers. Okay. Packaged fuel. Do not want. Okay, so in this instance, there's a couple of things we could do. We could basically say, oh, let me add biofuel to this one. You know what's interesting too that I just thought about? We could also make this box just like the drop everything box. We could put our slugs in here. We could put all of the remains in here, and it could just get filtered like out basically immediately, honestly, and just go that way. Yeah, it's an idea. Oh, they're running. Yeah, that's definitely an idea because we want to get over here anyway. We could even put the remains box like right on top of the slug box, or you know, vice versa, basically, but one of them there, or both of them there, sorry. What are you doing here, man? You shouldn't. Of course I miss with the single one that I have left. Get out of here. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of cool. I think I like that. All right. So do we figure that out now that we've got the main area established, or do I figure out the decorative side? Autosave. Do you have a lot of room here? Let's see. I want to load up this one. And we're gonna try some stuff. So first of all, slow this. Second of all, this is way too tall. Kind of kills the vibe when you can like look up and see in. So these are only 3 tall, which is what that is. If this is not enough, you can always change it, but I have a feeling that it's gonna be okay. No, I think we just keep it. Nice and simple. Maybe. It's a demo. It's just to get things sorted here. Okay. All right. So you want stuff going, yeah, down. Oh, I flipped that around. I had it the right way. And then it'll go out here, jump back up, and just complete the loop, basically. All right. How can we make it so it's bright enough in here that we can like see at night? I mean, we might just have to put lights in the ceiling or something. Trying to think. Yeah, we probably need to have this here. It's like we could take that out and put a light in here. Maybe? I don't know if that would fit. Oh, it's huge. Wait, what? Never mind. I mean, that wouldn't look bad. It would throw light down there. That one even more so. Okay, I'm curious, and we can clip these, right? We can. Okay. Let's see. I just want to see what this would look like. We're gonna get rid of the foundation there. Obviously, we'll have to hide a lot of that with some creative stuff, I guess. And then that we can clear out. So let's call this, yeah, let's just call it item wall 1. That's fine. Blueprint. Excuse me, sorry. There's like something stuck in my throat and it's like actually trying to kill me. Okay. If we go here, That's 4, which is what I need. I'm sorry. All right, so we have still there. I don't think that's bad. I mean, I think that is a little more interesting. Let's try that first. Wonder if it's gonna allow it, because it's a blueprint now, though. Doesn't seem like it's cool with it, which is really unfortunate. So let's load this back. I guess we can try the lights just like after the fact, you know? Trying to figure out where the snap point is for this thing, but okay, that works. And then will this one snap better? Yeah. Okay, so we would have a wall there for sure. That, I guess we would adjust to make it look better. Already though, that feels better. Like the shadows aren't as rough. And then let's see, if I took a light. And let's think. What if we kind of centered it like that? We just use 2 of them. Not bad. We have to get items flowing through here. Maybe make it brighter. Wait, that's actually kind of sick. Like the... Yeah. Okay. Okay. Guess that is kind of unnecessary because I have to load these up with items. And this is the side that I have some of these items, but not all of them. But let's grab what we got. This is definitely looking better than what we had in the thumbnail. Now that we've kind of scaled up the storage room, feels worth messing with that. Okay, so we have these, we have these, we do have those as well. Let's take a stack, let's take a stack, let's take a stack. And then I don't have those. We do have power shards and we do have biofuel. Okay. Okay, so we're just gonna go one at a time. So first one is cable. Just gonna take a while to put down there. I guess I could do a couple at a time. End of the line is biofuel. I think we have enough power shards to let that go. Next is wire. It's crazy the difference between 60 per minute and 780 per minute, but I guess that's why it's a lot nicer to look at. It's not nearly as intense. Okay. Copper sheets. It's like literally going into slow motion. If we step back, it's cooling system, supercomputers and cooling systems, which we don't. We have some of those. I mean, 22, whatever. 34, whatever. For the vibes, we allow it. I think it's supercomputers at the end. We'll get more. So that was copper sheet. Now we do quick wire. Look, we can still get some left over. Nice. Oop. And then so that was there. We go here with those. Now it's AI limiters. And then it is high-speed connectors on this side. After AI limiters should be quartz crystal. Got computers. Let's see, computers, crystal oscillators, beams. Did I miss something? Quartz crystal, silica, beams, crystal oscillators. Quartz crystal, beams. Oh, radio control units. I didn't put those in. There. after those. Okay, so that one. I was like, wait a minute, that's a lot of computers making it through there. Yep. Okay, so you're good. Let's keep this side going. Got silica. Alright, so it should be cooling systems, radio control units. Sure, those guys. Yeah, something felt off. I was like, I feel like we had too many spaces for the amount of items we had left. It was not checking up. And then this one is beams. Okay. This one is not that. I don't know if they actually made it on there. I don't think they. Oh, yeah. It's just very slow. Okay, so you're empty. Yep. Straight in. That one is high-speed connectors. Go. Crystal oscillators. And computers. Okay. And then, when that one's finally done, double check over here. We've got our whole wall of stuff. Okay, so some of these look rotated to me. Like that one's rotated. I think those are rotated as well. Unless that's just how the holder is for them, maybe. But it feels like the lift itself is rotated. Which, if I'm only just seeing that now, even though it's not. Okay. No, they're all on the back. Yeah. That's fine then. That's just how it is. As long as it's how it's supposed to be, I can accept that. Alright, and now go here. And we start putting them back together. Yeah, that feels a lot better than the first one. That feels pretty cool. I think that's pretty good. If we nudge that light down a little bit, we might get past these and light up the front, which could be nice. Let's try that. But I like this a lot. I think this looks cool. Okay, yeah, let's try that. that's okay. Oh yeah, there you go. No, well, kinda. Oh, it's doing the like optimization thing. Oh, that's kind of working, I think. It seems like it's getting hung up on, like, is it the wall maybe? Am I clipping it into the wall a little too much? It is nice though. I think it's kind of fine, honestly. What I'm wondering. Kind of throw in some accent stuff. It's kind of cool. Thinking if we maybe knock the brightness down a little bit. Okay, this thing doesn't work super well with the base signs, but that's okay. It is a mod, so what are you gonna do? Okay, feels kind of cool. I think that's kind of nice. I think we could obviously incorporate it a lot more, right, with more building, but I think it's a cool start. Cool start. Kind of gives like a you know, window shopping vibe. See all the different items on display. I like it. All right, let's roll with it. I don't need you all in there since I have to load it up. And the light we just put by hand. Let's go back to daytime. We can say night mode as well, I think. For now, if we put it, if it becomes like an indoor thing, then we switch that. All right, so let's do this side. Just gonna do that because I'm pretty sure that's how we're gonna have it. This side, I guess I could keep open a little bit because we are gonna route stuff. Oh yeah, sign situation or blueprint situation. Okay, so let's go box over here. I guess we'll 2 boxes again. I don't have a recycling box at the moment, so let's just do that. It wants to work so bad. And I think everything here is sorted, right? Except for the radio controls. So that's all good to send back, and that fuel, but anything that's not sortable will just go into there. Awesome. Okay. Those I would like to send in there, and same thing with those. And grab all of the stuff that we need. I think we have enough here. I gotta get plastic and rubber. I gotta get all this stuff actually brought over here, but until now we haven't had storage for any of it, so was not a huge point. Awesome. So kind of torn. I don't want to cover this up. So I don't think we're gonna, but maybe like to here or something. So that's like kind of a trace up. We got a bean in the belts, folks. Bean in the belts. You're not supposed to be. I hear you laughing, man. You're not supposed to be in there. It is funny, but you're not supposed to be in there. Alright. So concrete in one, turbo motors in the other, in go town. They're doing that. I can start light stuff. Okay, and it's fused frames and iron plate. One. Alright, so for the... Don't crash, thank you. For the lights, should be like that. Kind of curious if I just want to see if I don't clip it in the wall, if it's still kind of looks the same, or if it maybe gives it a better lighting effect. Okay, so plates are out, and then casings and rods. Let's say that's something's wrong there. Let's see, is that it? Seems like it. Okay, it should be like that. Alright, so now we're on to sheets and other sheets. We go 4 in. Okay, let's go purple beam. Alright, and then for now, we'll just do that. Later, we'll probably go underneath. Okay, let's see. I'm curious how that looks. It's hard to say if it really looks any different. I don't think it does, so I don't think that matters. Obviously, we can just leave it. It's fine. But good to know. Okay. Next is rubber and rotors. Going 5 in. Alright, then. It's looking like something. While that's doing that, let me restructure this real quick. So what I want to have here is the ship itself be centered, and then whatever back here we can like do some building and stuff to kind of make that look all right. Okay. So we got rubber. Now we're on to heavy frames. Yeah. After rotors, we are on to modular frames. Okay. Going 6 in. Got 2 more each. Alright, cool. Going well. I'm liking progress so far. I was like, yeah, I know I missed plastic. I was like, I definitely just missed something. Alright, while that's emptying out, we go motors. Nope, it is steel beams. That is correct. Good. Alright, so we are plastic, that is rubber. Steel pipes, go there. Okay, then heavy frames, then motors, then we're done. is all good. It's all good. Okay. Alright, not bad. We could take out the windows, potentially. Maybe. You can see better without them. Stuff, obviously, all the flat items you can't really see, but for the most part, it gets the vibe across. Yeah, I think we take them out. We could always put these back. But I think for now, that's nice. Very cool. All right. So that's kind of the bulk of the storage area sorted. Sorted. We probably want to start figuring out what this place is gonna look like on the outside. But I also want to start getting stuff in here, actually. Kind of more than I want to start decorating more. Yeah, I think getting items brought in is going to be pretty big. Okay. Let's get the daylight going. So the items in particular that we need are all of these here. We're not making those two yet, but we are making these 4. To get all of these in, except for those 2. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There. And then another, what was that? 1, 2, 3, 4. Technically 10 or so. Still not making those yet, but we're getting there. So yeah, quite a few items. Thankfully, most of them are all coming from the same spot, which is nice. Pretty much everything's actually kind of coming from the same area, which is helpful. So it's really just a matter of how we want to get them over here. So let's kind of go take a look at where stuff is and what makes no sense. I think I want to use the road system because it is there and is cool. So we have radio controls. Those are working. We have casings and we have sheets. All right, so all this is stalled out. Computers are being run through here. So we could either just send the belt on into storage, you know, just send it out and over. It's only going right there. at that point, we would probably just do that for all of the items. Which, you know, is an idea. But obviously doesn't use the trucks. The other idea is we drop stuff down below here to our little cart system or truck system, either one, depending on the quantity that we're dealing with. And then we can send that all over there. The only downside there is we have to run fuel and build infrastructure, like truck stop stuff, which isn't the worst thing. It's just, you know, more than we thought. And then plastic and rubber are also down there. Rubber is going to get run up to here with computers because we need it for heat sinks and stuff. I don't think we need plastic in here for anything. I do have the modeler open. It's been a minute since we've been in here. No, yeah, just rubber. We have to get motors in here too at some point. But that'll definitely just be a factory cart. I'm not worried about that. Probably be the same. Yeah, I don't know there. This one will be interesting. We're going to have to figure out how to get motors or heavy frames in here. It might be a belt as well because we're already bringing them in by truck to one part of the factory. The oil factory. So yeah, I think we just do that because otherwise it gets a little messy. Trying to bring enough stuff. We would have to like load balance belts, which I don't really want to do. So potentially we would do motors on that truck. We could also just do a factory cart with motors because it's only like 6 per minute and that's not that much. And that gets another little cart running around and it doesn't use fuel. So maybe we do that. But okay, so for getting stuff out, 2.5 per minute, 1.5, 3.5, 3.5. Like all of that screams factory cart or like a truck, you know, or tractor. That can just like carry all of that and bring it all into storage. I think a tractor is probably fine, considering how close it is, how slow they'll be moving, and then we could even do a separate one just for, which I think I would do, for casings and sheets. Just have a separate tractor doing that, because otherwise it's a fleet of factory carts, which is also fine and funny. Yeah. Okay. Well, either way, it's one of the two, which I think is fine. So trucks or carts, we ride. So let's start with that. And then plastic. I forget. Wait, am I even making any plastic anymore at this point? Or okay, you're mad about something. That's totally cool. Okay, it says I'm making 19 per minute extra. And that's with bringing in the bit of extra from the other place. Okay. Trying to think what would make the most sense for plastic. We do have the truck that was carrying computers. That is no longer carrying computers. That could be a neat option. Just replace it with a tractor. I should realistically replace all the city trucks basically with tractors because they're just more fuel efficient. Yeah, that's going out on a belt. That's going out on a belt. Plastic isn't. These guys aren't. Part of my thought process was to rework how the train is working, and instead of having it pick up high-speed connectors, it would just pick up stators and wire from the other factory and bring them back, and then we would just make the automated speed wiring over here. I think the only reason I didn't do that before was because 900 was kind of a big number, but now we have the belts to deal with that pretty easily. It would add 2 cars onto the train. But what it would allow me to do is shift the automated wiring production over, so those 12 manufacturers could come over to the oil facility. Could add them in. So let's just humor me. Do automated speed wiring. Say 12. Those would be there, and then I could just put that guy like sorry. Like that, and then, or no, wait. There you go. So now that production all stays local, and then it's a lot easier to get the overflow built up, or like actually possible to get the overflow built up. And then here, instead of that guy, we would have this one. Let's just say priority split. Actually, yeah. 45 go there. Everything else is already set on that, so that should be okay. And then we just kind of loop around. Yeah, we loop around. Yeah, wait, no. You should go there. And then I'm gonna say, I have to take this all the way out of there. Bring this over into phase 4. This is getting crazy. And then we can put that there so we can get an idea of how much extra we have. What are you mad about? There we go. Okay. We have to scale up these frames, but that's in the future. It's another one that I'm considering maybe sort of kind of reworking how we are doing that. But I think that's a pretty big undertaking, so we're gonna hold on that for now, but we definitely do want to do that at some point. Because that will make it so that we can get our high-speed connectors into storage. Okay, so let's think. We need to get nitrogen in here for cooling systems, which we need for supercomputers. I think supercomputers are the next thing that we really want, if I remember correctly, for turbo motors. So I think that's the next thing to work on as well. It just kind of makes sense. Also gets Mark III mines going. We do want drones. Drones? I could grab drones real quick. Yeah, I'm down for that. Let's grab drones. Radio. Sheets. Casings. And motors. Also fill up pretty quick. Oh, we do have smokeless powder. Nice. Wasn't sure if I had any left. Heck yeah.
Milestone reached. Drones provide automated low-capacity aerial transport between drone stations. Stations need to be supplied with any kind of fuel for the drones to
See you later,
function.
dude.
Fixit had several restrictions in place prohibiting creative use of drones. I have since removed those because I think no pioneer would ever misuse Fixit property right under their noses. Especially since everything is recorded.
It is. Oh yeah, I'm streaming, of course. How did you know, Ada? Okay. So yeah, those are the last 3 that we're really working towards. Nitrogen is the key to all of that coming together, and I think we're gonna try out fluid trucks and maybe do something with the road to make it happen. I don't know what or how, but we'll try something with that. It's all the way over there though. It's kind of far away. Okay. So for the first few items we have, let's set up a... Yeah, let's just set up a tractor. I think a tractor is okay. Should do what we need to do. So let's take this guy out here. Want to have a decent amount of space. I know you guys are all mad. I have to actually build a real copper smelting situation as well. Let's see. Okay, that just doesn't want to go at all. Interesting. Will this? No. That will. Okay. Alright, how do I want this to go? Because these are loading stations. Yeah, I think I want it out here. Which means that is definitely going to have to move yet again. I should just build it going the other way. I don't know why I haven't done that yet. I should just build it for real, actually, is what I should do, but... Let's see. Hey, what's up, Land Gamer? Any tips on how to build a central hub that has every item in the game? For every item in the game, it is a bit much. I mean, we're pretty close to that. I think I have 32 items in here. I would say the biggest tips I can give you are give yourself more room than you think you need, you know, because you're probably gonna forget an item or two. I always end up doing something like that. So better to have a little more space than, you know, than you thought you might want. That's kind of messy. I'm trying to think. Let's see what else. Yeah, make a list, you know, of all the items and stuff. Try and get an idea beforehand what you're getting into. Blueprints, real Jade, freaking real, dude. Yes, blueprints are super strong for something like that. Yeah, otherwise I'm trying to think. Central hub wise. There are like some items that you don't need to store really, but if you just want to store everything, then I completely understand that. And I don't want to tell you how to play your game, so. That's what we want, right? Going in? Yes, going in. Okay. Lovely. So I think we're just going to route both the sheets and casings in through one container, like I said. Okay, so we're gonna split that. They will drop here for now. This one can drop there, or we could do this for this guy. Okay, we're gonna run down. And we basically want to get like over to where, yeah, that is. And let's think. We can combine onto one line early. So doing that, like, I'm trying to think where would be like an okay spot to do that. Let's see. I think this will be okay. Or no, wait, we want that to be... Yeah, that's got to be forward more a little bit, like that. Kind of works. Gotta stay away from that one. Okay. So this is where the wall will be. A lot of these belts are definitely gonna get relocated. Yeah, there's just no way I'm gonna leave them like that. I don't see that happening. So let's see. Oh yeah. Okay, so it should be there. Except I'm on the wrong row. I was wondering where my belt was. I was like, that's weird. Alright, do we want to just run stuff out here? I think so. Oh, you don't reach. Awkward. Got a little flipped around. Good enough. We should see stuff moving. We do. All right. And I'm just gonna pick up all that stuff and bring it over. Oh yeah. Okay, so here. Didn't actually set this up very well, to be honest. think for now it's fine. It's gonna take a pretty good rework to get that all sorted out. Alright, this guy is gonna pick up all of our sheets and casings. Hopefully we're getting both. Oh. There we go. And then, oh yeah, I gotta build an inbound truck station for real, not one just for a factory cart. I was like, yeah, I have one. I don't have one. Also, that road getting built would be a very welcome addition right about now. So let's, well, we'll probably figure that out. You should probably figure that out. So, down here, what we got going? We got a power pole doing all sorts of crazy stuff. Let's just start to get this off the ground, even if it means flipping stuff a little bit here and there. Okay, so... Okay, grid hasn't crashed. It's good. It's all still working. Good. Okay. Now here is going into this truck station. This part of the base, which seems strange. But is it possible that when I was building this, I completely disconnected power to this part of the factory? Yeah, no, it's definitely possible. It appears to be what happened. We'll have some cables, I guess, because we do have to have power going into these places, obviously. Road truck. Oh, don't mind me. Sorry, I'm in your way. Okay, so that clears up that area, so then I can take same idea over here. I gotta finish building out this area. Okay, and then oh yeah, okay. I was like, this is doing some stuff, but that at least clears up down here a little bit more. I think we're okay to pause the factory cart for a minute. So he's just gonna sit wherever he needs to. So I think at least until are we going to have the terrain raised up? And then realistically, I think it would look best if we match with that. Okay. Can poke through a little bit, that's fine. Right, and then here, obviously this is kind of a more narrow area. I'm wondering if we can't make a nice solve here with the spline tool, now that we have that in our toolbox. Right, because like the road goes up here. Could work. They're very overlapping though, but let's see. I mean, if we just do... Yeah, it's kind of rough, huh? We could do no... I don't know what's better, like that or just doing a solid... cover. I feel like that's cooler because it like works with the terrain a little bit, but not really sold either way. And then we could kind of start to pull some of the unneeded foundations away. So if we could have something like this, is mostly going to be like tractors and factory carts and stuff just kind of cutting through here. This could potentially be a truck stop. Maybe we pull that back. We're full on radio control units anyway, which is what the cart is supplying, so that's why I'm not like sweating that. That could be a little bit closer to a normal road. Okay, wait, that could work. So like that could become part of this building, maybe? Okay. Let's get rid of this. Let's clear this out as well. And yeah, we're gonna have to rework this because I definitely want crystal oscillators going into storage. Even though we need them for crafting as well. Alright. I definitely think we could fit some sort of truck station up here. I could see some reworks over there happening. Also, this corner is kind of a nice spot. As long as the terrain underneath cooperates. Which it seems like we're kind of fine. Okay. Hell yeah, Jade, I just saw you left a nice list there of advice. That's awesome. Much appreciated. Let's see. Let me grab my handy dandy road. I don't know if we're gonna add a belt highway setup here. Okay, so we want to get over to there. That guy shouldn't be a problem, I hope. Should I move this forward one? Yes. Because that's where the road is. Highway, road, city. Awesome. Wrong one. That one. There we go. Okay, I'm kind of seeing some kind of like spline thing over to there. So let's clear this out. Because I think what we'll do is we'll have it come in from here. Maybe it can unload right here, and then it can drive out. Go down this way potentially, or maybe through that little way there. And then it can kind of turn in, grab some fuel, and then head back on the main road. That's what I'm hoping it'll do, at least. We'll see what happens, but that's the hope. Alright, so I can fit a truck station in here, right? It doesn't have to have like crazy buffers or anything. I think that is going to be doable. Awesome. And even if I can really squeeze it in here, something like that would work. We can fit the chest like in there. It doesn't have to be ideal, but okay. Awesome. And then over here as well. This one's not as good of a spot, honestly, because it's on the main road. If I could... maybe make it around this whole pillar thing, then potentially, but... I think it's kind of in a weird spot. It might be good for the factory carts, though, because they don't need a lot of room. But it's in a bit of an odd place. I think somewhere over here would just be better. Could put it up in here. Just have the factory carts like go up a little climb or something. Because, yeah, I think the tractor I want to keep out here. We only need one unloading station, like I said, at the moment. So, let's see. All right, let's build this road. I think that's the next logical step. Build the road, lay out the tractor path, see if it actually works. I don't know if there's anything in there. I don't think so. Limestone? Oh, nice, dude. And then we just kind of go from there. Probably should take a break in a few. Yeah. Alright, we'll see how long I actually take to do that, but that's what I should do. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Let's see. There we go. What level do we need to go to? That feels kind of close, believe it or not. I should take a break 45 minutes later. Oh yeah, I wanted to take a break. Get out of my head, dude. Alright, you're in my head and I don't like it. Yeah, no, seriously though. For real. It's so real. It's so easy with this game though to just be like, 1 minute though. So we just pull this back a little bit. Lay out the road and then break. That's the deal. That's the deal we're making. And I'm sticking to it. Maybe. I think that's... We established that is more than enough height for all of our vehicles. Yes. It really does. It's like, I mean, I appreciate it because that means it's a good game, but also like, dang. Sometimes it's just like, not ideal. Do I have a road without hypertubes? Straight road. No. Okay, so I think we just hand build this. Oh yeah, I would have to do all this. Let's see. I'm here. I'll do it. It won't take that long. And then we got the pro tips for these things, which do look very nice. That. So you're not going that way, right? There's nowhere to go yet. Okay. So I'm gonna guess this is too far to try and reach, but we're gonna try. No such thing, apparently, is too far. Okay. Okay, so that I can move the mine with infinite nudge. If we could get like a really, like, I'll just pick it up right now, honestly. Let's see. If I just rotate it, maybe? I'm trying to think, because I don't want it to be too crazy. But I could, I mean, I literally could just send it all the way over here. Like, it doesn't matter, you know? Let's just put it there just to see. And we're gonna go like that. Because, yeah, what if I get like a nice sweeping curve? Feels nice. Is it the vibe? I don't know. That thing's got to be somewhere. I think that would look really cool, though. We're doing it. Decision made. It would look really cool. Such a great tool as well. Like, crazy cool. Let's do that. Make sure we have our median. Oh, do I got gaps? I got gaps. Oh yeah, that's the only downside is the infinite zoop doesn't work to delete stuff, but that's okay. Let's go here. Okay, so adjust the... It's like a little too much. Oh, I see, okay. Okay, let's try that one then. Try to match it. I may have to adjust how much the... Let's do it from the same direction too. See if that matters. Okay, See, that seems like a lot. Let me just see what the pattern looks like. Yeah, see how it gets closer? Kind of narrows down here. Widens back out. Okay, so that's no good. Maybe it's just because it's an awkward... It is like a very large curve one. So any small issues will be magnified greatly over its distance. And then also it might just be a bit of a weird number. So let's see. I think that was an 18 by 15 curve, which is, yeah, a bit of a weird number. So what if we bring this roadway up so that we've got a 15 by 15 curve, which would basically just mean auto-connecting that. You could turn down the steps of the change in the curve in the mod settings. Oh, okay, yeah, that's what I thought. I'm gonna check that out in a second as well. What's going on, Baldwin? Hope you're doing well, man. Let's go here, there, and clear all that way. Okay, so let's just try this really quickly and see what it looks like, if it's any better. And if we need to make some adjustments, we can make some adjustments. I think that's kind of fine. Yeah, there's still some smaller gaps. I mean, they're really like not noticeable, honestly. Okay. Feels pretty good. I am curious. I do want to see if this has rotation step amount. Yep. Okay. And increases the separation. So yeah, I guess if I drop this down probably to like half of that, it'd probably be a more precise adjustment, which might be helpful for this smaller curve. Let's try it. But I wonder if it's adjusting that or if it's adjusting that. So I feel like it's just adjusting that. But Could be wrong. I don't know. Let's grab that. Throw it in there. Looks pretty good. And then we just do another one on top. Thought I grabbed concrete, but I guess I didn't. Okay, and we just build out this one. I think it works. It certainly does the trick. A whole lot easier than anything else I've tried. At least I can guarantee that. So. Interesting. I wonder why that end's not as good. I wonder if I just take out, like, from here. Let's try this one more time. Nope. I wonder if we just go back one, maybe? It's kind of okay. I think there's some gaps, but I don't think that's nearly as bad. Yeah, no, that works. That definitely works. I think I have something to make this easier, right? There we go. But I would like the light up versions of those. Yes. Yes, I would. Alright, so let's take... this one. No. Actually, yeah. Yeah. Take that. Get rid of those, and then... Of course, you can't build that. Nice. Can I build the signs? Yeah. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Let's make this... do this the easy way. Basically, what I need are these barriers, and they are a little particular to get right, so I'm just gonna get a simple 1 meter or 4 meter, I guess, version of them that I can put on the blueprinter. Okay, and let's see, barrier. Let's try this now. Hopefully it works. And I basically just aim at the middle. Kind of walk around. Don't crash. Thanks. Seems alright. So at least this road will allow our guys to get through a little bit faster. I could probably also reroute the factory cart over here. That I have not yet come up with a fix for. Well, I know how to fix it, I just haven't fixed it, basically, to be fair. And then here we just need our light posts. Yeah. Alright, so these I'm doing like 2.5 foundations, I think, of space. Which is weird, I'll admit, but is what it is. It's more of just a like blueprint designer thing than anything. Okay, so let me go, I think there. I think it's working. And then whenever we get towards the building, we will kind of jump under. Okay, I think that's perfectly fine right there. Let's grab power so that the lights work. And for now, because we don't have power here, other roads, let's just take that guy. Do our hyper tube. Looking sweet. All right, and then in here, take another light and drop it in right here on the end. Let's go like that. So unfortunately, there's not much else I can do there. I mean, I could kind of go up and through, which is interesting as well. Just like shoot through the factory a little bit. Why not? It's gonna be cool. More fun than going under, I think. And then we take that out. Take out that guy too. Don't think we can. Oh yeah, we're good. No, we're fine. Should I add like a little stop in here? Maybe that'd be kind of funny. Probably not, actually. Yeah, I think if anything, we just go through. We can add stops, obviously, if we decide we want them. Okay, that feels high. It's not. All right. Silly, but effective. Kind of want to try that. But let's stay focused here. Oh yeah, hey, I'm doing that thing I said about breaks and not taking them, and that whole thing. But we did get our road set up, so that's pretty sweet. So road for truck stations, for items coming in. Love to see it. Is there... I certainly am. Yeah. And here I go trying to do more stuff. All right, let's post up for a few. We did a lot. We got a new nice new road segment though out of that, so that's pretty cool. Alrighty. Let's go for that. And you know the drill. We'll be back in a few. And we will keep going for a little bit longer and round things out for the day. BRB. back. Let's wrap things up. Well, not wrap things up. Let's keep going. Keep building. Keep getting stuff brought in. So we are focusing on getting our kind of truck station set up. We did do the item wall. Check. Let's get our cart path rerouted. And let's get our tractor path going. So you're not gonna go that way anymore, my man. We're gonna kind of get you in a better way. Yeah, you don't even have to go that way. You can take the nice scenic route, yeah? Hopefully you're not on this part yet. Oh, you're right there. That's perfect. Awesome. So, what I want you to do... It'd be better if you were on the outside, actually. Let's do that. Because, yeah, I think it'd be better for you to cross over all the way here. Go to the outside. Living on the edge. It'll be fine. And that way you can just go straight through. Zip under. That curves very well. Sure. Yeah. Never mind. Hold on. What I should do is establish a straight line. Yep. And then connect into that. Like that. There we go. Okay, so what do we want to have? We have a tractor coming in here, two tractors technically, but into one station, and then we have the factory carts going in as well. Believe it or not, I actually think the tractors should go here. And, well, it doesn't really matter, I guess, because if we go out here, this is the better one for the gas station. Yeah. Alright, let's see. We're putting a truck station in here regardless. It's just a matter of how much room we need to leave for whichever vehicle to get in here. Tractors don't need a lot of space. Factory carts need even less. So I think either way that should be fine. And then we're gonna put that there. Potentially just build down here. No fuel in this one. This is strictly an unloading station, and we're gonna say, let's just say storage room. Tractors in. Copy that, And then, let's see. So we need some kind of buffer. We can go wherever, really. Let's do that. And we can just jump straight out of there. So this will be taking in kind of a variety of different things, but in low quantities to the point where it shouldn't matter, hopefully. And then that can get sent where? Trying to think what the best way to do that would be. Obviously we have these inputs here, which probably does make sense to kind of just split it off as early as possible and get it running on its own line. That could work. So let's say that is the plan. I don't have real power over here yet, but we do have power in here. Fake power, I guess. So let's go with that, and then let's do universal vehicle paths on wherever we really can, you know? Like the main roads and stuff, and then anywhere that we branch off, we can throw it to a tractor or whatever it needs to be, you know? So like here, yeah, he can make that, no problem. Our factory cart will just cruise right across. And I guess I should paint out our streets here. And then we'll have some kind of median down the middle. Okay. Over there, we don't have to have one because that's kind of, it's like a truck stop, you know, area. Not kind of, it is. So okay, that's cool. So if you do that, it leaves a gap, but the gap should be fine. And then I think we just kind of do something like that. could get rid of this one, I guess, and just go all the way through. I want a like half version of that blueprint I just made. I think that would be helpful. So let's see. Maybe I just build that. I don't think I need to mess with the one I have. I'll say narrow. It works. It works. Well, I don't know if it works. I hope it works. We'll see. Should work. Alright, so here I will probably do something a little bit different. Alright, let's see. So if I take this... I'd have to kind of do that again, which isn't impossible. Okay, so there's going to be that in the middle. I don't think we're doing light posts in here, so what I think I'm just going to do... Make sure that's good. I think that's all right. I mean, it looks cool, so it's not perfect, but I don't think it's gonna get noticed that often. Hopefully. And then here. I don't know. Could just do like, yeah, kind of a center line. Excuse me, sorry. Yeah, I'm definitely feeling that one. Okay. If we go through here. Yeah, some of them we don't have lanes painted, which is perfectly fine. Thinking about it. I think for now we leave it. Sure. Okay. A lot of detail stuff right now, but kind of is what it is sometimes. We're gonna do... Can't nudge that kind of thing right now. Okay. Alright, yeah, I'm not gonna go too crazy with that. Maybe later. Probably already doing too much. Definitely already doing too much, but... Okay. Alright, so... Let's just make sure most of that's done. Started it, may as well finish. And actually, I want to keep the middle one yellow, I think, through there. I think it's alright. It's nice. Nice to kind of show that those are separate. And then... As I immediately hit that. Okay. Alright, cool. That one, let's not worry about right now. If I was a factory cart... I think we could... kind of squeeze in up here again. Wondering if we go up a little bit higher. Yeah, we can do a lot more. So what I'm wondering is if we kind of take that. This could easily move in. There's nothing stopping that from happening. what I meant by not getting too attached to stuff, because it was probably going to start changing in some ways. This is probably only the beginning of that. Alright, so we take those out. Here, you might be a little far now. You are. Cool. Alright, so that gives us a little bit more space here to do what we want. I think we can fill this in. We might use it at some point, but I don't really think so. Okay, so some kind of truck station over here. I mean, maybe we do use the underneath part to route belts and all that kind of stuff. Sorry, 1 second. Yeah, that could work. Because we could easily bring things in from here, and then either like all up in the middle, or in some kind of way. Admittedly, over there would be better. We could also just go up and into. So I think we have, basically what I'm trying to say is we have plenty of space right there to kind of route in what we want. This could also just continue to move forward, really. Basically until here, yeah. So we could move it up like another foundation and get a little bit more room. So I think this is kind of fine. Maybe we bring it forward a bit as well. And then we kind of see what we can do here. Because we need an inbound and we also need an outbound. And again, these we can put like really, really close together. Nothing here really stopping us from doing that. Could probably move that one over, yeah, to there. Okay, so let's say, because this one's taking crystal oscillators, so we at least need that. Let's say this one is the factory carts going in, and this one we're gonna say is crystal oscillators out. Let's just do something like that for now, and then what I was thinking is like just kind of making a ramp here for them to, for the factory carts to hop on. I could also send them in here, which is kind of funny, and like have them go this way and then just like pop out right here. which is kind of a neat idea. And then like back down and on. I think that's kind of fun. I don't think we would use it for routing belts too much now that I think about it, because we have all this stuff above it, right? So the only way we have up is through here. You know, which isn't a ton of space. We could fit a good amount of stuff. But even with the carts running through, we could still run some belts up top. So I think it's kind of fun. Could be neat. And if I do a 2-meter ramp, it should fit right there, no problem. We can like paint a path on the ground for them too. They are factory carts after all, right? They're meant to go in the factory. Just saying. Feels like it's kind of supposed to be the way that we do it. I think that one, even though it's kind of out of line with the other ones, I think that would just be better. Right? Doesn't that just feel better? I could even move these back as well. Okay. What if that was there? Let's see. Yeah, I think I want that. We should clear that, no problem. And then it just becomes that, which I think we just push the truck stations back a little bit. We have our pass through right there. Yeah, and then I think we just kind of drop it like that. Might be a little too far, honestly. Because I don't know if I'm going to be able to... That does work. Okay. That does not. Let's see if I can connect to that. Can. Okay. It's actually really funny, like just super compact. What if we need to do that though? let's do, I guess that. I think that'll work out fine. My only worry is there will be kind of a lot of them moving through here. So I just don't want there to be like a huge backlog, you know? Okay, how are they getting back out of here? Great question. Could go back out the way we came. It's an option. I don't think they would love it, if I'm being honest. Maybe we just go down here, out and around. Try it from here. There we go. I don't need a lot of room. Just a little bit. All right, little legends. They'll be good to go. Let's see. Why don't you want to connect? No. Why do you do this? Cool. All right. Don't think this is connected. It's not. Nope. That's good. Let's just do something like that for now, and then just do like a crazy little turn, maybe. Okay, I mean, it works. should be good right here. All right. So those two stations need power. I should also do... I'm doing that thing where I work on like two projects at the same time and I don't do really a good job at like either of them, you know? I'm just kind of like doing both of them. Alright, so this is storage room, factory carts. In. This is crystal oscillators out. Let's figure this out real quick. So we have how many going into our aluminum setup? If I look here, 3.75. We're making 4. So that means we have basically none going into storage, which is fine. We have a lot in storage. We don't use these for much, but I would like it if there was a way to ensure that we're getting the 0.25 into storage and without running a whole separate belt. Not quite sure. Or doing like a whole belt balancing situation, which would be a little bit annoying to get 0.25 per minute off. I think for now we just accept that they're going into that. We have a stockpile, and then in the future we can switch stuff around. So you're gonna be a load, you're gonna be an unload. So crystal oscillators are over here, right there to be exact. Right there. So I think we're gonna reroute these. Oh yeah, that doesn't work with this. The manufacturer design, the belt is super clipped, so I guess we just go down all the way from here then. I don't need to put any buffer here because it is such a small amount. And in you go. Okay. I have a factory cart. Okay, this is set up to load. We're setting crystal oscillators out, crystal oscillators in. Off you go, buddy. I still want to make this place look like the depths, if we can, you know, kind of the underbelly. He's cruising. Alright, so that's one. So here we're gonna have aluminum and sheets, and then also everything else is going to come in through here, or are we going to do the factory cart army? I think maybe we do the factory cart army. I think that'd be funnier. Okay, so for now, all this is bringing in is aluminum sheets and casings. On the belt setup, that is plastic and rubber, so sheets and casings are on the next stack on this side. Yeah, they're the first two of the last row. So I guess we figured that out. Why not? Okay, so that's 4 meters above. Feels taller, but yeah, no, that's it. So we would build on there, just like we built on there. Is that it? Yeah. Yeah, okay. We could do the same thing where we just kind of like move forward with the lifts. I think we have the room to do that. Okay, so the other ones were there. So yeah, that should work out. Let's just do these two for now. And let's think, what is the best way to get those from there out? We might be using the middle here after all. See, because he's got to go all the way to the top level. It's crazy, but it's cool looking. Like, this is cool versus the kind of chaos thing that was our other one. Okay, that does pose a bit of an issue, but we can just raise that up and use lifts. So that's not really an issue at all. I am not gonna delete that though. We want to save all of those settings that we already have. So let me just grab this, put that over there for safekeeping. Don't want to have to redo that. Okay, so we are kind of going to the middle of that. Then we gotta send these like all the way down. So yeah, I think we just go foundations. And we can set up our wall of lifts for the final row. Hell yeah. Me too. I was just thinking, I was like, it looks pretty cool in here actually. Like I'm happy with the vibe. I want to see more items on them, but these belts are crazy fast for what this is, but that's how it be. Oh yeah, no, I'm not there. Okay. I was gonna say, I don't think we're that close, right? Or not? Just gonna put in all 4 here. I think we do that. I think we could make this work. Okay. And then it helps if I build them in the right spots. That is like the most helpful thing I could do actually. Those are actually centered. They are good. Right. So that is our belts basically sorted. We'll go from this side. Otherwise, it does kind of cut off if we have something else here, but we'll figure it out. You know what I'm gonna say. We got it. We'll figure it out as we go. I think for now, let's just tear this out so we get the nice visuals. That feels crazy. I like it a lot. All right. So what I need to put over here is, I guess for now, just a smart splitter. It doesn't have to be anything more than that. And I think I'm just gonna do that. Put that in as well. So then we could say, what is what? I don't know. The right one is the outside one. So that is casings. So that means left is casings. And the middle is sheet. All right. Let's go over here to the tractor. It's probably backlogged like crazy, which is awesome. I also didn't build the tractor out. What am I saying? Go back. Kind of need to do that too. He's a little confused, but he's got the spirit, you know? We're trying. Okay. Oop. Yep. Fair play game, I'm aware. Alright, so now we're gonna go... Where? I think out through here. Which I'm hoping we can do. If I have to switch to the tractor, we will. We could also go straight out like that, yeah. Okay, so this can go straight. Just want that to loop in. Same thing here. Just trying to make these connections. That one would go back. We'll do that in a minute. This should be able to work through. I think it can. Looks good. And then this one. Something was up there. Yeah, the vehicles sometimes have a little jank to them, that's for sure. But I don't think it'd be satisfactory vehicles without it, you know? Okay, so I can go that way. I can go that way. Go this way. I want to be able to go... like that as well. Okay, I think that's it. He's cruising. I love to see it. And let's see, so we want to go that. Oops, sorry. Sorry. Causing all sorts of trouble here. You might want to go that way. And otherwise, I think that's really all there is to it. Yeah? Looks good to me. Okay, now... Nope, just kidding. Sorry. Still one more thing I gotta do. So much. Okay, over here, the tractor is going to go out here, cut across. Try and work through here. So something I noticed, which I think is very helpful, and maybe everybody else has noticed it but me, is if you hover over the vehicle path, or look at the vehicle path, it's got that like kind of lightly shaded outline, and that's where the vehicle actually rides. So you see how it's bigger for the truck, slightly smaller for the Explorer, very tiny for the cart. It's just the outline of where it's actually going to be. It took me a while to notice that. So when I finally did, I was like, oh, well, that's nice. So just thought I would mention that. But yeah, people who play this game are pretty smart, so I'm sure most of you already figured that out. But let's go there, and then actually let's go from here first to there, so we have a nice straight line. Okay, and then the tractor's on the road, and that should be good to go. You should be able to grab fuel and go. I much prefer the new vehicle paths to the old process. 1,000,000% agree. Yeah, like not even close. It's crazy how much better this is, you know. I literally never used vehicles before this. Saw no purpose, you know. But this is cool. I'm more than happy to do this. Alright. Here we go. Hell yeah. Our aluminum tractor. Alright, so we're gonna say it would, but it would be like 2, and now I can run many. Yeah, I get that too. It's like you can just deal with so much more. Alright, so we're going casings, storage room in, refill station. And that should plot a little route. Yeah, look at that. That's awesome. Okay, perfect. That's exactly what we wanted to do. Exactly. Look at all our roads. It's actually kind of awesome. That's so cool. That's so freaking cool. All right. Oh, he took it all. Isn't it? All right, should we watch this to make sure it's not a disaster? Probably. That's probably what we should do. And then I'm going to transfer all this stuff over. Look at him go, man. Beep, beep. He's cruising. That looks good. Really like that. Yeah, it's nice and smooth, man. Okay, excellent. Unloads. Okay, that sheet's going in the right one. Should follow him. He's already gone. No trouble at all. Oh, he's over there. Interesting. Wait, how did you do that? Oh, because this whole thing is an intersection, so you definitely just teleported back onto the main road. That I don't really want you to do. I don't know if I can avoid that, though. Could by deleting that road. I mean, it's not the end of the world. It's just a little unfortunate, I guess. You would think you would still make that turn, though. Okay, so he's over there. He is cruising back. I mean, hey, look, if he gets there at the end of the day, that's all that matters, right? He's chugging along, doing his thing. Okay. All right, so that's 2 items back. Let's go make sure casings are working. It looks like they are doing just that. And I'm not just sinking these, right? Nope. Lovely. All right, sweet. Well, that's 2 more items in. We very easily could get plastic and rubber in here as well, potentially using the same station. It's kind of why I left stuff the way I did, because I could fit 2 more lifts right here. And kind of just like we did, get plastic and rubber in. Probably like that. Yeah, as long as it's not a problem. Could work. It does shut down doing anything like that for the other side. Oh, he's back again. Nothing this time, though. You have nothing? Oh yeah, I broke copper. One day I'll remember when I do that. and stop doing it. Like, you know, I broke it because I thought I needed to move it, and I don't really need to move it. I mean, I do. Be unbroken. It's back to being future me's problem, but he'll deal with it. Here, I can give you all of the casings that I have. I can deal with that, and then I can pick up these. I'll just give it to the tractor to handle. I'll take care of everything. We do it on time. Oh yeah. All right, I'll bring the rest, and then I think that's gonna do it for us. I think, did pretty good today. I gotta say, the goal was to rebuild that, and rebuild it. We definitely did do. Definitely did do it. I can just bring these in. There's no need to force them through the system. There you go. All right, so yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. I think it looks really, really good. I think we're gonna build a cool kind of observation setup over here. And yeah, I don't know. I like the item walls. I want to make them more visible, but maybe when we build it in, they'll become more of like a focal point, you know. But yeah, I think it looks really cool. It looks really nice. It's functional. That's the biggest thing, and it's doing a whole lot. So, all right, that's gonna wrap it up today. Kind of a chill one, you know, more of just working towards the bigger picture here today. But thank you for coming by and hanging out. We are probably gonna stream tomorrow because I didn't stream on Monday. So if you want to come by for that, probably be playing more Satisfactory, I think. That's what I should have played on Monday, so I think we'll do a bit of that, and then kind of see where the day takes us. So yeah, keep an eye out for that. Probably around the same time, around like 1:32-ish. That's what I'm trying to start getting back to, so we'll do our best there. But yeah, appreciate you hanging out. Hope you have a great night. I will catch you again real soon. And till then, take care. Peace out, everybody.